All right, all right, all right. We are about to start this thing. Looks like people are starting to take their seats. We're about to get this underway. Hello there, Lewis.
Hello. What do you need my help with?
So it looks like he's starting to get some seats there. It looks like we're down 2 players that didn't show on time.
Yeah. There is a couple no-shows so far. People are starting to get seated. Looks like we're going to be starting up soon.
Alrighty.
Uh,
I'm gonna start adjusting that on the stream, so I have the correct pairings here.
yeah.
So let's get that adjusted. If you wouldn't mind telling me the seedings, especially for the featured match first.
Okay. So the featured match has remained unchanged, I believe.
So Grant and Crux.
No, sorry. I believe Grint is a no-show.
Okay.
Um, I believe we're getting so Lane is also a no-show.
Okay.
Uh, Currently, I believe. Oh, oh! Hold up, hold up. So Jamie is subbing in for someone, but I need to check with JC to see who has subbed in for him.
Okay.
Uh, who he's subbing in for? Sorry. So I'll go check with that. I'll get back to you.
All right. I'm gonna start with this first featured match then, and we'll fix that as we go.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it for our first round. They're setting up for. Looks like it's going to be Dracomancer and KJ. I'm not exactly sure who Dracomancer is. I think that is actually. It is Jamin. All right. So Dracomancer is Jamin. We've got Jamin, which I believe is on the Tri-Wings deck. So I'll start getting that adjusted here. Hopefully I can spell his name correctly. And he is on the Tri-Wings. We have Grint, who I believe is on Corinth. We'll be able to move that right over here. And that is not Grint, that is Kijoto. All right, and I think that is accurate. Now let me get us into a good spectating. I won't be able to watch chat a whole ton. Looks like Crux is here. Crux, aren't you supposed to be playing? All right. Making sure the stream can hear me. Microphone. All right. Live on YouTube. You guys should be able to hear me now. I was explaining that we did have a couple people show up late or not show up on at all so far. So the featured match is going to be Dracomancer versus Keijoto. It looks like it's going to be a Tri-Wing deck versus a Doctrine of the Hunt. So we've got Hunters here. Both of these decks are very swarmy. There's going to be a lot of units flying across all these zones here once we get started. So I'm interested to see how this one plays out. Haven't watched a lot of Hunters fight Tri-Wings in the past. Myself, I'm a Psyker player, so chairs in here trying to gather some information. Got it, Crux. I see. It looks like there would have been a missing player anyway. We would have had an odd number. All right, Lewis, I'll bring you back in.
Okay, sorry, we're just sorting it out. Okay, so there's been a bit of a mix-up, and we're sorting it. So the timer didn't start, so it's all good.
Okay.
We had Grint and Lane are no-shows.
Got it.
Crux is here. He is going to be fighting instead KJ.
Okay. So I'm moving it to Crux, who is on the Psychers, I believe. Jamin could play if JC wanted to give him a bye, but yeah, I think that'll work out good.
Yeah, if one of the two players who are no shows up, we will grab Jamie, and Jamie can get a bye for round one.
Right. All right. So Crux, and I will move his banner because I know what deck Crux is on, so we'll get that sorted here. Crux is on Psychers.
And that should be that sorted.
And then I'll start editing my intermission sheet while we wait for this game to get started. So it will be Crux versus Keijoto. Lewis, are you still here?
I'm still here.
If you have a moment, would you let me know the other pairings?
Yeah. So the pairings for round one stand. There's not really too much of a change. So from the top, we have D major and Requiem.
Got it. So that one's not changed.
Then it's Crux and KJ.
Got it.
Wheelchair and Kaiba.
Okay.
And then those two are now empty. Jamie is soft in one of them.
Gotcha. Sounds good to me. I've got the bracket figured out, and it looks like we are good to go on my end.
Yeah. Just had to stop the matches real quick before they started, but that's all good.
Hey, these things happen. Tournaments always have a little bit of delay.
Yeah. Once we get past round one, it should smooth out basically.
Yeah.
But no worries. Right. Okay. Cool.
All right.
I'll leave you to it.
Make sure it looks good for you guys on stream. Am I coming through good on YouTube? Sorry about that, Jamin. I know a lot of confusion here. Who's your guys' money on? I'm pretty sure we're going to have Hunters versus Psychers for the first featured match here. And we got Crux in here, I believe. There he is. Yep. Got Psychers here versus Hunters. So my previous analysis was it was going to be two swarm decks against one another. But with this first matchup, it's going to be more of like a mid-rangey kind of tempo deck versus a swarm deck. Now, this is a very interesting match because if you can swarm the Psychers early on, the Psychers have a really hard time kind of like clawing their way back in and kind of standing their ground. However, if KJ doesn't rush the Psychers and let the Psychers kind of build up the pieces that they need, KJ is probably dead in the water here. The Psychers have a really great ability to not have to go to combat all that often. So this is going to be a very exciting match to watch. There's going to be a lot of moving pieces between these two decks. A lot of things to look out for. If you guys notice anything wrong with the stream or if I'm not coming in long enough, my boy Keijoto better win for us. All right, looks like they're rolling to see who goes first. It appears that Keijoto is going first potentially. And they're drawing their first hands, adjusting for mulligans. I'll start doing some split screen so I can see a couple of these windows at the same time. See if I can watch some YouTube comments while I'm here too. And we're off. I hope all the stream's looking good. Looks like Keijoto is going first. He's setting up his territories. Thank you, Savage Slayer on YouTube. If I miss a comment or something, I'm having to watch the game, YouTube chat, and Discord chat, so I'm trying to catch everything. Kruk's putting a lot of thought into his territories here, which is a good thing, in my opinion. Let's see how much time we got here. 42 minutes. Okay. All right, and we're off. Keijoto making the first move. Now, the thing about hunters here is when you draw a card from your deck during combat, you can give you kind of gain command points, so you can play a lot more cards than most other decks that you're facing against. So they get a lot more bang for their buck with draw abilities and being able to really overwhelm the opponent with numbers and card advantage. Where Psychers kind of advance is they kind of they get around having to go to combat a lot. So if they can choose to not take a fight with their stats, they'll use their abilities to kind of ping off any of these smaller units that the hunters have. So we've got a strike hunter that Keijoto has played. Lets them do 2 damage to any target within the same zone. So it'll be interesting when they start fighting over the open zone. Whenever you draw your first card during your main phase, you can place any number of hunter-type units you control into an adjacent zone. So whenever he draws a card during his main phase, he's going to be able to start putting a lot of pressure on this open zone and get closer to the Psyker's home zone. Very strong start from Keijoto here. I'm going to be interested to see in how Crux kind of navigates these 2 very, very, very potent units to see early. Crux kind of in the tank, considering his options. I would think Crux would want to get like a Sonic Blaster down or some way to start drawing cards to try and get more resources. He's considering, thinking, looking at his resources. It's going to be these very early turns are very important, especially against a swarming archetype like this. Oh, big Colossus comes down. Psionic Colossus, a humongous deal. Very, very big unit. Protects the rest of your psionics. Very, very potent unit. Basically, while the Psionic Colossus is on the board, All other psionics in the same zone as the Colossus can't be targeted. Can't be targeted by effects, can't be targeted by attacks, can't be targeted by an ability. So big Colossus here. Big, very good, strong, potent play that Kajota is going to have to find a way to answer. So I did just play Colossus and pass. We're on Kajoto's turn now. Kajoto has the 6 command points now. Able to really play a lot more units here. Kajoto's got to be very careful about overextending into that open zone too early. Oh, big pack dropship coming in. Both of the factions' war stars are on the table. So this is whenever you draw a single card during your main phase, you can rest and engage, reset and engage hunter unit you control in the same zone as that unit. So it's going to be able to double up on his strike hunter's abilities and things of that nature. Very, very big unit. Not nearly as potent as the Psionic Colossus, but this is a very, very strong start for the Pack Hunters player here. Kajoto seems to have a lot of good pieces going for him. And I believe he's just going to play the War Star and pass. Now, one thing the Psionics have a hard time doing is they have a hard time targeting things that they aren't in the same zone as. And they also have a hard time fighting, like going to combat and attacking. So things with like large defense and large HP can really be a pain in the side for the Psionic players. If he's able to like single this out or potentially get it trapped in a bad position where a lot of his psionics can engage and deal damage to it, that's going to be very, very important as this game unfolds. Yeah, reset I'm pretty sure just means untap. Question in Discord. All right, so Crux here, he's playing a Psionic Warrior. So whenever he engages a friendly faction card, he can engage this to reveal the top card of his deck. If it is a friendly faction card, he can basically draw that card. This combos very well with the Psionic Colossus because the Colossus wants you to engage units that you control. So engaging this, looking at your top card, almost always going to draw the card since almost all this deck wants to be friendly faction. And then that will add damage that the Colossus can apply when it does engage. However, it also means that Colossus is protecting this warrior. This warrior cannot be touched by anything while the Colossus is here. Unfortunately, the warrior cannot engage right now until he gets his homeworld out, but very, very good unit to get out here on this early board state. So he just plays warrior and passes the turn. I feel like Crux has a handful of tactics and traps right now, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it means that he doesn't have the board presence that he kind of wants. He chose not to move Colossus to the open zone. I think that's a good assessment unless he had some good traps. You definitely don't want this Colossus away from your other units, especially when there's so much pressure on the opponent's side of the board. Kajoto weighing his options. I think if I was Kajoto in this situation, I would try to take the open zone now. Crux had a very weak turn 2, and it looks like we've got a Merchants of the Coalition. He's going to search his deck for 2 friendly faction units, reveal them, place them into his hand, and then he gets to shuffle his deck afterwards. So it looks like Kajoto is going to take more of a passive stance this turn. He's going to go grab some units to maybe rely on. He still might go for the open zone. I'm not sure that he should, since he won't have much into his home zone or other options to play with. But if he does choose to take into the open zone, it becomes any person's game at that point. It's not necessarily bad, but definitely depends on what is in Crux's hand here. Looks like he searched up a Hunter Commando and another Hunter's Pack, if I saw that correctly. And he's going to play the Hunter Commando, so whenever he draws a card, he can give other hunter-type units he controls within the same zone, +1 attack. Like he's got a Lord effect here. So when he draws a card during his main phase, he's going to be able to buff his board up quite a lot. So Kyoto is going to the open zone. He is being more aggressive, trying to gain some card advantage, put some pressure on Crux here. Crux is going to have to find a blaster or some very potent tactics to try and answer this incoming pressure. If he's not careful, he could lose his Colossus early, and that would be very detrimental to him. The rest of the units in the Psionics are very, very weak compared to Colossus, so having Colossus's protection is very important when facing down like this level of aggression on Gajoto's side. I will remind everyone that this is a best of one, so they are trying to play at the best of their ability because there's not going to be another chance. They were allowed to sideboard pre-game. I unfortunately did not see if they chose to do that. I'm going to assume that Kyoto probably did. I'm not sure if Crux had time to do so, but both players are going to try to play to the absolute best of their ability here. They're going to think and weigh all the options that they have. Looks like Crux is really trying to think about which units and tactics he might be trying to play out here. He definitely needs something else. He needs some more aggressive units. A blaster would be good. A warrior would be nice. A channeler might not be the worst thing in the world. He does have the option to start looking at the top of his deck whenever he sees fit. Looks like Kyoto is going to play a Doomsday World. This is a kind of late, in my opinion. I don't know if he just recently drew it or not, but you definitely want to see this card earlier and get it set up earlier. He has nothing in his discard, so it's kind of going to be one of those invest now, get rewarded for it later kind of cards. What Doomsday World's going to be able to do is discard the dead cards out of his hand and start getting his Colossus back on top of his deck, and then he can use Psionic Warrior to draw it back to his hand. There's a lot of options for him here. Now, Crux thinking about going to combat, hasn't used the ability yet of Psionic Warrior. He's going to opt to use it now. He's going to reveal the top card of his deck. And it is a Psionic Clairvoyant, a very good card to see. You kind of wish you had seen it earlier when you had more command points. Basically, what that card does is it's going to let him search his deck for any friendly faction card that he needs if he engages that unit. It's also got a decent stat line on its body, so a lot of good utility in that card. I am hoping that he hopefully has something else to commit to the board here, because his past few turns have been very weak in comparison to the amount of command points Kyoto has spent. Now, if he decides to go more aggressive here and try to fight in the open zone, it could come into a boost battle. Like right now, Crux has so many cards in his hand, he could boost a lot of his unit stats and kind of win these fights. He does have a Psionic Channeler, so he does play the Channeler out of hand. And now what Channeler can do is on a later turn, when it's able to engage, it can copy things like Psionic Warrior's ability or any other Psionics. And he's also playing a Psionic Warrior. That is all 5 command points. That is exactly what we want to see. He's committing a lot more to the board now. Very, very good turn here. He's setting up for the future. Now remember, none of these units can be targeted by anything while that Colossus is out. Hopefully he doesn't move his Colossus too far away. Hopefully he kind of plays the more defensive, protective game. Kind of bait these hunters into a trap if he could. And it looks like he does exactly that. He stays where he is, says, no, 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 you come to me, and we'll hash this out in my home zone. So Kyoto's starting his turn. He's going up to 6 command points, I believe. Let me just make sure here. He's going to play a Corinth Trading Post. Corinth Trading Post gives him some command points. Lets him ramp out more units just a little bit more. For 3 command points, it's not terrible. Not the best card in the world, though. I am wondering where that 7th command point is coming from. He does play a Spectre of Peace. He's going to use this card to draw a card. He's trying to craft and get a lot more swarming units, it seems like. Should be 7 command points each draw for them controlling the open zone. Understood. So I was under the assumption it was the first time each turn. It is not. It is whenever he draws a single card. Because he controlled the open zone, I was disconnected from the lobby. Let's see if I can get back in there. It looks like the lobby may have crashed. Good thing that Tabletop Simulator has an autosave function, so hopefully we can get back in there and check it all out here soon. JC should be able to load back, and they shouldn't be too far from where they were. It is up. We're going to transition really quick while we get this sorted out. Looking here, we do have D Major, Requiet, D Major versus Requiet, both on Warborn or Spectres, both on Rammus decks. We got Realchair and Kaiba, both on Rammus decks, and we got Keijoto and Crux, who are not on Rammus decks. So it'll be very nice to see these get kind of shuffled up in the featured matches to come. It looks like the server is back up, and it's auto-saved very recently, thank goodness. So we'll get back over there. There we go. We are back. Technical difficulties, everyone. Sorry about that. Did the timer stop? The timer did not stop, and I'm not able to stop it. But you could add a 5 minute, probably a 5 minute extension to the timer. Should be fine. Waiting for everyone else to get back in here. But reanalyzing this match that is here currently, it's looking quite strong for Keijoto here. Keijoto's getting a lot of units, and it looks like Crux just does not have his more damaging aggressive units. So as we kind of get into the mid game of this matchup here, it will probably favor Keijoto. But there's a large window of opportunity that if Crux can capitalize, Crux might be able to just outgrind the Hunters and beat them when it comes to the late game. And we are back. So it looks like he spent 5 command points. So 3, 4. Still has 4 command points. Looks good. He did spend 3, 4, so he's got 3 command points left, I believe. Kyoto moving into the open zone with his ever-growing hunter horde, his hunting pack. And it does look like he's tapping a little bit into some Rammus units to get up some consistency. I don't know if these units do anything else. They're +2 boosts, so when he's not drawing a card, they're definitely buffing up the stats of his other units. This attack, I'm wondering where this attack is coming from. In adjacent to, okay, so he was able to pull these cards forward when he drew cards, give them buffs. He drew the card off of the Spectre piece, which is buffing the rest of the board. Very, very good. He's drawing another card with Spectre of Ebb and Flow, which is giving him more command points. This is a very strong synergy between Spectres and Hunters. Very, very good. He's using the draw cards from the Rammus and the Warborn to buff his Hunters up. So this is a very strong mixture of archetypes here that I'm not sure if Psionics have the tools to deal with. Kyoto still has command points to play with. He's going to play another Strike Hunter. Very good. And he is just swarming the board here. Crux is in a position that he really needs to get out of soon. He's got to start seeing his blasters and his warriors to try and combat the assault that is about to be on his base. Now, this is tricky, because I think Kyoto wants to move his units that have been in the open zone into the home zone of the Psionics. The only issue he's facing is this Colossus is in his way. These 3 units that are here would have to fight that Colossus. And I'm not sure if that's what he wants to do. It looks like he's going to go for it. He's moving in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 attack at the Colossus. Going to see what the Colossus wants to damage back here, and if there's going to be any boost between Kyoto and Crux. Let's see here. Any boosts from Kyoto? It doesn't look like he's going to boost. Or is Kyoto going to put the damage back? Kyoto's eyeing the pack dropship. He's also eyeing the Hunter pack. I do think Hunter pack is the bigger threat here currently. I could see a world where dropship is also a big threat. Hunter, all 3 of these would be good targets to take off the board. If I was in that position, I might take the Hunter pack out. This just representing a lot more damage across the board. This is a lot more single target damage. So he does target the Hunter pack. So will Kyoto do anything to save it? Kyoto is going to give it a +2 attack. 2 additional attack onto the Colossus here. Will Crux respond with any boosts of his own? There's not really a boost that's going to save Colossus from this 6-7 damage. It maybe if there was a +2 defense boost, he could get away with it, but on top of having the +2 attack boost from here, that's just 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 9 damage. There's nothing he can really do about it unless he's got a trapper tactic here. But I do believe he's out of command points, so unless there's a 0-cost tactic or trap in his hand. So both of those units will trade. And that should be the end of the turn for Kyoto. So Kyoto was able to successfully get the Colossus out of the way. And now they're drawing for their boosts, and Crux has begun his turn. 2 of those units definitely in his home zone. He's going to have to figure out what to do to get those units out of there. He does have a unit that he should have untapped currently. He's got an option to dig for a couple of cards here. He could draw for 3 cards deep if he wanted to. He could even recycle the Colossus. So what he could do is discard a card from his hand using the planet here. Put the Colossus back on top of his deck. Use one of his Psionic Warriors to put the Colossus into his hand, and then he could play another Psionic Colossus and make it even harder for Kyoto to get through this walled defense here. It looks like that's what we're about to see. He's looking at the puzzle pieces that he has. I think dropping another Colossus here would be ideal. Now, if he has a Colossus in hand already, that would be even better than using all these pieces to recycle him. He's paying 4. Is he playing his tutor card? He is playing Psionic Mastery. That is a huge card here. Every one of these units that engage are going to be able to do a damage to another unit here. So as he engages to grab cards off the top of his deck, he will be shooting these for damage across all of them. He's going to reveal the top card of his deck and draw it. And now that he has the Psychic Visions in hand, that is a very powerful tool for the Psionic player. So he's now going to be able to start dealing damage to units here. I think he should take the Hunter out. The dropship's scary, but you can always just kind of intercept it to protect your other units as you see fit. Looks like Kyoto's telling him, yeah, you probably want to damage this card here. He's going to start dealing damage to the pack dropship. He's going to copy one of his Psionic Warrior's abilities to reveal the top card of his deck and add it to his hand. So here he goes, revealing. Another Channeler. Channeler's going to go to a hand. That is a +2 boost in his hand, and he also has another command point available, so he could play that Channeler as he saw fit currently. That will deal an additional damage to the pack dropship if he's choosing so. So he's going to be able to burn through the pack dropship's defenses here, and then probably go to combat and try to take this out. Now he's going to use Doomsday World. He is going to put the Colossus back on top of his deck. It seems to be the only card in his graveyard that he can do that with. Looks like Crux is choosing to deal damage to the Strike Hunter now, so he's got a damage on both, or maybe they've talked about redirecting the damage to the Hunter. He's discarding a Psionic Blaster. That is a choice. Is it the right one? We will see. I kind of was hoping to see him play the Blaster earlier if he had it, but now he's got the Colossus back on top of his deck, which is more important overall. So now he's going to use the Psionic Warrior, reveal the card off the top of his deck, which is that Colossus, and then he's going to be able to draw that Colossus. There it is. He's going to add that Colossus back to his hand, and then that is going to deal a damage to the Hunter. So that's 2 damage on the Hunter, 1 damage on the dropship, if they've done this correctly. So it looks like some attacks are being declared here. Or Kajota is talking about intercepting potentially. It looks like we got 1 damage on the dropship, 2 damage on the hunter. So if the hunter takes any more damage this turn, okay. So they are choosing attacks now, and that's being intercepted. So it's going to be 1 damage here. Does seem like kind of a fumble here since he's not attacking with multiple units at once and only one's getting intercepted at a time. Crux could have attacked with multiple units into the hunter, forcing that even if he did intercept with the dropship, that hunter would still be dead. But we don't judge here. Looks like there's a judge call, potentially. And they're going to get that sorted out. While they're sorting that out, we'll take a look at some other tables here. We got the Spectre Mirror match here, and it looks like we've got another Spectre Mirror match here. Requiem and D Major going at it, and Real Chair, and who else was the Real Chair up against today? It is Real Chair versus Kaiba. Quite an intense-looking battlefield with these Warborn decks going at each other's throats. It'll be very interesting to see which of these two decks start having to fight Warborn. All right, it looks like that judge call got resolved, and we've got a boost coming through from Crux, and there's another boost coming through from KJ to try and keep his Strike Hunter alive. So those two will cancel each other out, meaning it'll just be base damage to base damage. And we'll see, it looks like the Hunter still dies. But Crux is putting a lot of effort into this. Crux has used a lot of cards to try and answer this incoming onslaught. Move the stream back a little bit so we can get more of the action. All right, they'll go to draw for their boosts, and then it'll start onto KJ's turn. Looks like Crux was able to answer some of the threats that had entered his home zone. We do know that he has the Colossus in hand still, and he is still able to intercept with this engaged Psionic Warrior. This engaged Psionic Warrior will be able to defend his very vulnerable territories here from any more attacks from like the dropship or commando. KJ sitting on a very healthy amount of command points. I believe he'll be at 6 currently. 7. He's going to be at 7 now. Because he does control the open zone. Looks like KJ's going to use the Corinth Trading Post to gain a command point, and then he's going to play a open trade. So each player draws a card. If he has a compatible unit, which is these green ones here, then he is allowed to draw an additional card. Kijoto playing a Spectre of Ebb and Flow to draw a card. That will allow him to gain more command points back. And he'll be playing another Corinth Trading Post. He's going to be having a lot of card advantage soon. it's looking very grim for the psionic player here. Looking very grim for Crux. There's just so many draws happening, so much resource manipulation, and there was a couple of blunders, maybe some misplays rather, that could have been addressed a little bit better. Maybe some different early turns could have led to a different outcome, but there's just an overwhelming amount of value coming out of the Hunter player right now. And so Keijoto is going to move some more units into the open zone. And there's just an onslaught coming his way. With both of his units, he's going to try and take this Psionic Warrior off the table. Will Keijoto use anything to boost to ensure its death? Looks like they're going to resolve it. They're considering boosts. Looks like Keijoto is going to do a +1 HP boost on his Hunter Commando. Crux might choose to respond here with a +2 attack boost. I know there's a lot of big boosts in this Psionic deck. It looks like he will respond with a +2 attack boost, which is going to make this 4 attack to this card's 4 defense. So they should trade here. Oh, it's a +2 defense, so it will live on 1 HP. 1 HP is what it leaves that Hunter Commando at. And then the card that he used to boost should be coming out of there. Now they should be drawing for boosts, and we should be moving into Crux's turn here. Unfortunately, the Psionics just don't have a lot of tools to deal with this massive amount of pressure that he's currently looking down the barrel of. He could play a Colossus here, but Colossus is really not going to do a whole lot. He could play a Blaster, but he doesn't have his home world in play, so he's not going to be able to ping these other units off. There's just very, very limited tools to deal with this much pressure. It looks like there is 7 minutes left in the round. I do not know if there was a time extension due to the disconnection earlier. But it looks like this match is very close to being decided. I do wish it was different for the Psionic player. I'm a huge Psionic fan, but there just are not a lot of tools at the Psionic's disposal for this kind of play style. So he's got 2 Psionic Assaulters in play. Very, very strong units if you have other tools in play, but by themselves, they don't do anything. Whenever you would engage a friendly faction card, they would be able to, or a friendly faction unit rather, they'd be able to dish out some damage to some units. However, even if he plays a unit that has an engage ability, it doesn't matter. He can't engage with it anyway. So he does have some blockers here, which is going to buy him time, but this is going to come down to how combat is handled over the next coming turns. Any blunders between intercepting and boosting and attacking targets and things of that nature will determine this match. It looks like Crux is choosing to try and attack the Hunter Commando with both units. So that's 4 attack coming in at this commando. Crux does have the option to boost, but it looks like KJ is going to intercept one of these Psionic Assaulters. Any boosts from either of them? It looks like Crux has no boosts, or maybe he's choosing not to yet. So he says no boosts. Will KJ bring any boosts? He really doesn't have to. The 3 defense is going to keep it safe, so he'll kill that. Deal only 2 damage to the dropship. But now the Psionic Assaulter that's attacking the commando can resolve its attack. However, he will have to give this an attack boost in order to kill the Hunter Commando. So we will see how Crux handles that. All right, so he's going to give it a +1 boost, which is enough to kill the Hunter Commando. But with a fistful of cards like that, you know he's got the defense boost. The Hunter Commando is going to stay nice and healthy. He's going to lose his Assaulter, and I do believe that that is the nail in the coffin here. These Strike Hunters are going to get buffed here soon by the Hunter Commandos, and it is going to be a very, very bad day for the Psionic player. So they're going to draw for their boosts. So both Kyoto and Crux will draw for their boosts here. Kyoto will draw for turn. Kyoto will also draw for controlling the open zone. Looks like Kyoto forgot to draw. Oh. Looks like Kyoto forgot to draw for the open zone. And that is a lot of command points for the Hunter player here. Kyoto dropping a Traded Coalition Blockader. Very, very strong statted card. Doesn't really cost him anything. What he's going to be able to do here is move his commandos up. And he's going to be able to put a lot of pressure here within the next turn or two on Crux. There's a judge call on another table. We will hopefully that'll get resolved soon. He did get another draw. Looks like he remembered. Or he used a card effect to do so. He plays another Strike Hunter. He's going to move these cards up. This 0-1's going to be really good intercept material, but for the most part, it looks like he's got 2, 5, 8. He's got about 8 damage here that he's going to be able to toss around. And then on the following turn, it's just going to be an overwhelming amount. So he's going to have these two probably attack the Doomsday World. Now, I do hope that Crux remembers he can boost to protect his territories. Territories can be boosted by cards in hand, like Psionic Assaulter and some other cards that we've seen being used as boosts. But that is a lot of damage. That's 6, 7. That's 8 damage. There's not a boost in the world that's going to save that planet. He's going to have the Doomsday World deal damage back to the dropship, so maybe he'll do an attack boost here. But still, a lot of this defense is just too strong for boost to matter. He's going to Psionic Bolster, boost it, give it 1 extra HP, but in the end, that will not save that planet. Bolster should not be in the graveyard. Bolster should be being shuffled into the deck at the end of the turn, and then Doomsday World should be being destroyed. So it looks like KJ's ended his turn. Crux drawing for turn, 5 command points. He could drop the Colossus here and kind of grasp onto straws, but I think that there's very, very little that he's going to be able to do to stop this and everything else that's coming from the open zone. Looks like next turn, Kyoto is threatening 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 13. He's threatening 15 or more damage. So he does drop the Colossus. Colossus is going to be able to attack at something. Kyoto, unfortunately, does have 2 good intercept units here. The Judge card has been flipped over. I don't know if they are calling a Judge or not, but that is up currently. With 18 seconds left on the clock, I don't believe that this game is going to last all that much longer, and I think it's pretty decided. I don't know if there was a time extension for the disconnection, but we'll be following it closely here as this game comes to a close. The timer did go off. Now, as far as I'm aware, there's 5 turns after the time, starting with Kyoto. That'll be turn 0. It'll be turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, and then it'll end with Crux on turn 5. And then whoever is able to do the most damage in that 5 turns would win the game. So we have a message from Realchair coming in. He's typing. I won mine and Geto Kaiba's match. All right, Realchair, 1 victory there. Looks like Crux is deciding on if he's going to attack or not here. Or are we on Kyoto's turn? It looks like we are on Kyoto's turn currently. He's playing his homeworld, City Corinth, the City World of Corinth. Very strong card to gain you some command points and draw cards and whatnot. Very late into this game. It would have been nice to see that from him earlier. It would have probably opened a little bit more of a window for our man in purple here. And it looks like he's going to be using Strike Hunter's ability to deal 2 damage to any target within the same zone as this unit. He'll be using that to deal 2 damage to a territory, I assume, and then using the rest of his units here and things that he can move, like the commandos, to come in and finish this game. Unless he chose to use the Hunter, but it looks like he's still playing cards out. So I'm not exactly sure why this card's engaged currently. But he's using Spectre of Peace to draw more cards. He's using Strike Hunter to deal a damage to the Colossus. That's an interesting play. I feel like if he moved his Hunters up here, he would have more than enough firepower to take out both territories. But it looks like he's prioritizing the Colossus. Giving a +1 attack boost from the Hunter Commando. So I do not know why this is. Oh, he used it to reset. So he has reset the Strike Hunter with his pack dropship. He is activating the Strike Hunter to deal 2 more damage, potentially to the Colossus, but then again, he could have been hitting territories with that ability this whole time. He's using a card called Retreat, it looks like, to return a card to his hand, gain a command point, and then he's going to play it again to draw a card, which is going to give him some more command points and more buffs across his board. He's using this ability to deal more damage here. He's going to reset it with the dropship and finish the Colossus off. Using another retreat to cycle this Spectre piece to his hand, drop it, draw a card, reset it, deal more damage, and rinse and repeat until that Colossus is destroyed. Very fancy footwork from Kyoto over here. Very impressive synergy between Spectre cards and Hunter cards. And if he just goes to combat here, this game is completely under wraps. Because currently, Crux has 0 command points, and Kyoto has an overwhelming army that he can move in here. Looks like he's going to move in with 5 attack onto this territory. Now, some boosts could come into play and slow this down a little bit, but the riding overall, the riding is on the wall. That is 7 damage coming in at one of his territories. That is 4 more damage without boosts. And then he can move his Hunter Commandos up and finish this game. And he's got an extra plus 2 HP boost to toss in there. And I think that about wraps it up. Let's go take a look at the standings right now, and I'll get the standings updated. If I could please have JC or Lewis, I believe Lewis has left us for the night. If I could have JC come to the... let's see, how do I request you to be invited to speak? Then you can tell me how the matches went, anything you know.
Yeah. I was impressed by Kajotu's deck. It went really well.
Yeah, that is an impressive deck.
I feel like Crux. We didn't really get very much time to explain the deck to Crux.
Right.
And so, and he picked up harder deck to master.
Very hard. Very, very complicated deck.
Yeah. And so that's more on me for not being able to teach him how to play that deck than on him. So he's a trooper for sticking through it and playing it all the way through.
All right. And with the pairings that I've seen so far, do we know if Requiem and D-Major's game is currently over?
Nope, they're on turns right now.
Sounds good. So we've got Real Chair moving on to with a victory, Kajota moving on with a victory, and then are we adding Lane and Jamin to the roster?
Did Lane make it here?
Lane is in the audience currently.
Okay, then yeah, we'll add Lane. Lane will get a loss, and wheelchair or not wheelchair? What's his name?
Jamin.
Jamin will get a bye.
Sounds good to me. I'm updating the ladder currently.
Update that.
So Jamin will move on, and Jamin will likely be facing whoever one of the other winning people. But as it stands, we've got a win for Jamin, a win for Kajoto, and a win for Real Chair. A lot of variety in this next match. Hope it's exciting for everyone.
Okay. How do I reset these standings?
I'm very excited to watch Kajoto advance through these next couple of matches. I'm excited to see how Real Chair was able to squeeze out his mirror match so fast. And overall, it looks like we've got a nice, healthy mix coming up.
Hold on, I gotta reset this. Let's just make a new tournament. Can you make sure that they don't run into any problems, Mage?
On what do you mean?
The Requiem and D Major.
Yeah. I'll let you know if there's any judge calls.
Okay.
Looks like both of them. I'll throw it up on stream while we get the rest of this figured out.
Okay, so who do we all have in the tournament? We have Kajotu.
We have Kajotu. We have Crux. We
How do you
have.
spell that?
I will bring it up for you. Let me see.
If you could just spell it for me, since I. Well, hold on. Let me see if I can.
We have KJOTTU.
Okay, say that again.
KJOTTU.
Yep, got that.
Real Chair.
Got that one.
Crux.
Got that one.
Kaiba.
Got that one.
Jamin.
How do you spell that one?
JAIMEN.
JAIMN.
JAIMEN.
EN. Okay,
We have Lame.
got that one.
Requiet.
Got that one.
And D Major.
Okay. Bracket.
Alrighty. Now let's turn on this fancy
Who did
music.
Kajotu was against Crux, right?
Yep, it was Kajoto versus Crux. Requiet versus D Major. It was Real Chair versus Kaiba. And Jamin versus Lane.
Okay. Alright, and then can I get the standings?
Current
Crux
standings.
versus Kajotu.
Kajotu has won his match.
Okay. Kajotu 1 versus Crux.
Yes.
Wheelchair.
1 versus Kaiba.
Wheelchair 1?
It looks like a Real Chair 1.
Okay. Jamin 1 versus Lane, correct?
Jamin did win versus Lane. And I don't know the current standings for D Major and Requiet.
Got it. Let me hop in there real quick.
They're all in the audience.
Okay.
Jamie. His name is Jamie.
Jamie, got it.
Jamie XN. Jamin NXN. I'll get that adjusted on the stream. The sounds that is the sound that you guys are hearing on YouTube is some custom-made music by our one of our contestants, D Major. D Major, who won your game? It's on YouTube, Lane. I can repost the link. For unknown reasons, I can't get sound to play into the Discord. 'Twas a draw, D Major said. All right. We'll transition over to the standings. And we will adjust this as we need to. But Requiet was definitely going to win. It was just a timing thing, is what D Major said. Yeah, the worst part about playing a Warborn or a Spectre deck is having to fight other Warborn and Spectre decks. Double-edged sword with that deck. If you guys haven't already, it would be a nice time to get some. If you guys have already reported, I would suggest using the restroom, getting some water, some snacks, getting ready for this next very heated round of Warcast. So, JC, what do the standings look like in next round pairings?
Let me pull that up for you real quick. Where do you want me to post them?
You can DM them to me if you want.
Okay.
This next match is going to have a lot more variety out there. Far less Warborn out there in the winner's bracket now. At least half.
Yeah.
All right. That is going to be a nice looking set of matches coming up. All right, that is a good looking set of matches. Let me get that set up here. So, really quick, JC.
Yeah.
Did you mark down as Requiet or D Major as a tie, or did you write as one of them won?
I wrote it down as a tie.
Okay. So that will mess with the pairings here coming up in the next couple of matches, but that is okay.
Yeah.
All right, do you want me to announce the seedings, JC?
Yeah.
All right, we will have Real Chair and Keijoto. You guys are matched against each other for the next round. Requiet versus Lane. You two will be against each other in the next round. Jamie versus Kaiba. And D Major versus Crux. It looks like there's not a single mirror match out there currently.
So let's go.
Looks like all the Spectres got matched up early, and now we don't have to worry about any more Rammus on Rammus action.
Right.
So the bracket will look a little mixed up. The tie didn't do us any favors for visuals, but that is what it's looking like. We have Jamie with a win, Real Chair and Keijoto with a win, and a couple of ties floating out there. What table numbers would you like them to be at, JC?
Let's do Jamie and Kaiba at table 1, Jotu and Wheelchair at table 2, D Major and Crux at table 3, and Requiet and Lane at table 4.
Alrighty, guys. Get to your seats. Get yourself some water.
Yeah, let me reset the tables real quick.
Alright, he's resetting the table. He'll be redistributing decks. I am going to get a water. You guys know your pairings. I'm excited to watch this next featured match between Kaiba and Jamie.
Right, do we need to change colors so people can change colors? Alright, flip over the judge card when you both are at your table, please. So I know when to start distributing decks.
Can you all put me in the correct seat, please? I can't see the table numbers, D Major asked. So I will start moving people into their own rooms. I will move Lane and... If you guys could enter the waiting room, I'll start putting you guys in your calls. Requiet and Lane. Jamin and Kaiba. Real Chair and Keijoto. And then Crux and D Major.
Kaiba was again...
Jamin.
Okay, who's RY?
I do not know who RY is. Type in the table. Or go through and join calls as you see fit. We do need Keijoto. If you are still in the audience, please join the waiting room.
Password is Carnage with a capital K-R-K-A-R-N-A-G.
All right. Looks like they're all at their calls.
Okay. We can start distributing decks then.
Let me just double check everything here. We are waiting on Requiet's opponent and D Major's opponent to be at their seats. So we do want to move Kaiba against Jamin.
Okay. So who is RY?
I believe RY is Crux. So we do need to move Crux to D Major's table. And then we do need to move Kaiba into first seat, and it looks like we're missing Lane, or is Lane in here? It doesn't look like Lane is in here yet. We are missing Lane for Requiet's match. They are at their featured table if you want to go talk to them.
Okay.
All right, a lot of action about to go down. Let's get looking at this table. A lot of tough competition out there. Our featured match will be between Kaiba on Warborn and I do have the flags mixed up, so let me move the flags back. There we go. That is fixed now. We got Jamin on the Carnage and Kaiba on the Warborn, on the Ramus faction. We'll keep our eyes on the timer this time around. Looks like we got Lane in here. And it looks like they've already started to decide who's going first, decided to set down their territories, and they might just get right into this, saving all the time that they have. Sorry about that. Make sure it looks nice and good on here. They're waiting for the timer to begin, it seems like. And we are underway. So, with these two factions going at each other right now, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Tri-Wings love to go to combat. They love to fight. They love to overwhelm with stats and numbers, and against a deck like any Rammus deck, these blue deck guys here, they love to have their units die for the most part. They're fine making trades. And when it comes down to these two going up against each other, it's going to be very, very important which fights they choose to take win, and what tools, especially that the blue deck has, to answer some of the bigger threats that the red deck can deploy. So it looks like we're starting off with Kaiba. He plays a Spectre of Grief, which is going to have each player discard a card. And there's a card discarded there. Kaiba choosing to discard War's Might, questionably one of his best cards to use here. However, his Doctrine is going to let him draw a card, and if he discarded a unit, he'd be able to shuffle cards back into his deck. However, he did not discard a unit. He did discard like one of the best removal options he has, so I'm very interested to see if he has some more of those in his hand. He's going to use Price of War. He's going to deal a damage to one of his territories, and he's going to end up drawing a card here. So, a very explosive start from Kaiba here. Kaiba being able to get a lot of cards filtered out of his hand, and it looks like he passes the turn to the Tri-Wings player, Jamie. Jamie starting off with a Tri-Wing Red Squadron. He can place a damage counter on one of his territories, and he can search his deck for a Tri-Wing type unit, reveal it, put it into his hand, and then shuffle his deck. So he's tutoring up some more Tri-Wing type units. Probably going to grab another Red Squadron so that he can play another Red Squadron, search his deck for probably a normal Tri-Wing, and he's going to get about 3 units on the board at the end of this turn, is my prediction. So he does grab another Tri-Wing Squadron. He plays another Tri-Wing Squadron. He's going to search his deck yet again and probably grab a 1-cost unit, or he can set up a Tri-Wing Red Squadron for a later turn. And he opts to grab yet another Tri-Wing Squadron in his hand, and he's going to play a Red Squadron Leader with a discard ability that lets him search for another Tri-Wing type unit, put it in his hand, and shuffle his deck. Very, very classic Tri-Wing start here. A lot of units, a lot of damage, ready to go to combat as soon as possible. Very, very fast gameplay going on here. Kaiba is going to choose to play his Spectre Temple. This will let him, the first time he plays a Spectre type unit, he can discard a card, and if he does, he can copy one of that unit's play abilities. He's going to move Spectre Grief into the open zone, and he's going to say, "Come get me, Tri-Wings." That's kind of his attitude, I think, here. Leaves him with 2 command points, but will he choose to use them? It looks like not. We're going to go to Jamie's turn now. Jamie's just got a fistful of cards here. A lot of dangerous Tri-Wings probably in his hand, ready to swarm Kaiba if possible. He does play that Red Squadron Leader that he searched up last turn. He's probably going to go grab yet another Red Squadron Leader. And that is going to be a massive fleet of swarming units that are going to be heading straight for Kaiba's open zone. And hopefully Kaiba has a good answer coming up to stop these guys on a later turn. He does play the Red Squadron Leader that he searches up, deals yet another damage to his territory. That territory is going to be on 1 HP. That does leave Jamie with 1 command point left, if he so chooses to use it. He searches his deck for a Red Squadron Leader. What's he doing here? It looks like he is using an effect somewhere. Engage, deal 1 damage to target unit that was targeted by this Doctrine this turn. So he's giving it +1 attack from his Doctrine, and he's playing a Red Squadron Leader, potentially. Is he choosing not to? He does have 1 command point left. He does choose to play the Red Squadron leader, and this is just the perfect start that Tri-Wings are looking for. Just a massive amount of numbers and stats that he's going to be able to toy around with. He's bringing this 4-attack unit up to fight this Spectre of Grief, and now they're going to combat. Tri-Wing Red Squadron going to attack. Looks like he might boost here. He is going to boost for +2 HP. Now Kaiba has the chance to boost in response. Will he? He will not. He will let the Spectre of Grief die. And this is just looking just completely ideal for Jamie in this situation. Using the correct dice now. Using the orange dice to represent the boost in attack, I think, or the boost in HP. I'm not exactly sure. Alright, and Kaiba choosing to draw a card. And Jamie drawing for boost. Kaiba, he's got to find an answer. He's got to find a big threat, and he finds Spectre Chapel, which will let him draw 2 cards, and then he can discard a card to heal the damage that is on one of his territories. He will choose to do so. He will discard the Priest of the Spectre. That will allow him to copy Spectre Chapel's ability and draw more cards. That is a lot of draw power out of Kaiba this turn. He's trying to find that answer, trying to find some units to play with. Looks like he's discarding a card for his Doctrine Way of Peace. But it did look like he forgot to heal his base. Or maybe he's going to choose to resolve that, but I definitely do believe that he had discarded something. Let's see. Friendly faction unit. I do believe he did discard a unit with one of these, and that should have healed his territory, if I'm not mistaken. And he does remove it, so that is healed. And then he passes the turn. So Jamie, again, all the cards he could ask for. One of the best, most consistent starting decks in the game. These Tri-Wings, very, very, very powerful, able to do one card starters to just chain into one another. And he drops, he revealed it. I don't know if that's what he was going to play, but there's a War's Wage Dreadnought in his hand, War's Rage Dreadnought, and he does choose to play it. That is a massive threat. A 5/1/8. It deals a ton of damage to whatever it's attacking. It deals damage to territories when it just does everything you want in a card. The only downside is if Kaiba's going to find a way to deal damage to it while it's in his territory, over here in Jamie, it'll start putting damage counters on his own territories, but it looks like Kaiba is not in a position to do that. So it looks like Jamie's going to move Red Squadron Leader up. That has 5 attack coming in to take out the Spectre Chapel, or is he engaging? Looks like he's attacking. Now we go to boosts. Any boosts from Jamie? Looks like Jamie's thinking about it. Jamie says, yes, I will boost. I'll give it +2 HP. And now Kaiba has a chance to respond. Very, very strong. He's going to give his card +1 HP. So that'll be 5 total defensive stats, which is not enough to keep it alive, unfortunately. So Kaiba opts out, says, I'm not going to waste that boost if it's not going to save it anyway. And in come the fleet into Kaiba's home zone. Having this Tri-Wing Red Squadron attack this territory. 3 damage marked on it. Should be 3, not 5. Another 3 damage to finish it off. But it would still be at 1. It would still be at 1 HP because of the defense stat on that. And it looks like he will +2 attack boost it. So we'll see if Kaiba boosts his territory here to keep it alive. Kaiba does have the +1 HP, but that still wouldn't save it. He would need a +2 boost here to save this territory. Kaiba choosing to +1 boost, but I don't believe that saves it. And that territory is destroyed, Kaiba. So that territory is currently in his hand, but it should be going to discard. And Jamie says, you know what? I've got all these Tri-Wings in my home zone. I'm going to go ahead and move those forward. Kaiba draws for turn. He still doesn't have that territory he's not supposed to have in his hand. Hopefully JC can catch that in a moment. There we go. And now it is Kaiba's turn. There's just a massive amount of onslaught coming his way. I do believe that the Tri-Wings player has these 3 units in the home zone currently. It does look like they're in the open zone, but there are definitely 3 Tri-Wings inside of Kaiba's home zone. And Kaiba plays a Spectre Tabernacle. Now, very, very powerful War Star unit if you have other things to synergize with it. But it's a little too slow to the party here. The Tri-Wings have made their entrance. The Tri-Wings are kicking down the door, and the Tri-Wings say, that's a nice looking ship you got there, but we're not aiming for your ships. We are aiming for your territories. If Kaiba is playing this for this turn, it is very weak, and it looks like that might just decide the game here. Kaiba could attack and potentially intercept, but there's a lot of pressure coming, and with how many cards that... with how many cards Jamie has, it's very unlikely that it's going to do a lot here. Alright, so we've got a judge call. Get in there, JC. Judge call on the featured match table. Looks like there's a discrepancy on what Tabernacle does or when. Perhaps there was a boost in his hand that he forgot to shuffle away. I'm not sure. Maybe he drew one too many cards. So he does move those into the open zone to make it clear. Looks like Kaiba will be using the Tabernacle to attack and destroy the red Tri-Wing Squadron. But there should be at least 1 damage counter coming on Tabernacle, as far as I'm aware. Looks like Jamie is looking at the rules to clarify something. Oh, when it enters to discard a card, right? I guess my only question would be that there wasn't a Spectre unit to copy at that time, but I do understand. And I do believe that the Tabernacle should have some more damage counters than it currently does. Price of War, used to take out one of his territories. Jamie here is going to draw like 3 cards off of that. He gets to draw his territory as well as the 2 cards from the card's effect. And if Jamie plays this right, I think the game could be ended very, very soon. He's going to give Red Squadron Leader +2 attack using his Doctrine. +1 attack, rather. Jamie's trying to do the math here, trying to figure out if he can end the game right now, I'm sure. He's going to play Throne, which is a huge card here. The first time a friendly faction unit you control is dealt damage from any source, you get to place 2 damage counters on target territory within the same zone as that unit. That is a massive play here. He's going to move all of these ships into the home zone here. If Kaiba chooses to intercept, that's just going to be 2 additional damage counters on one of his territories. And this game is not looking very promising for Kaiba. So he's going to have Red Tri-Wing Squadron go to attack this territory. Kaiba could intercept with the Spectre Tabernacle. If he does that, looks like he chose to not intercept. So he's going to take the 3 damage. Jamie thinking about what he's moving to next. He moves the Tri-Wing Squadron to attack the other territory. Spectre Tabernacle could intercept that. It looks like he's choosing to intercept with Tabernacle, which I do believe still has a few damage counters on it, but looks like Jamie's considering boosting with something. Was there a missed trigger? No, there was not a missed trigger yet. Once this takes damage, Jamie can activate the passive effect of Thorn to put more damage counters to pop that territory. A +2 attack boost coming from Jamie to make this a 5 attacking Tri-Wing Red Squadron onto that Tabernacle. Now, Kaiba can respond with a boost of his own. He takes the damage here, which is going to trigger the Thorn ability to put 2 damage counters on a territory Kaiba controls. And he will use it to finish off one of Kaiba's territories. So I do believe that this territory is being destroyed, and Kaiba will be adding it to his hand. All right. Kaiba has 2 more units that he can move up. Or sorry, rather, Jamie has 2 more units that he can move up into Kaiba's home zone. Looks like he's going to declare an attack with Red Squadron Leader at the Spectre Tabernacle. Now this is going to get really tricky. If there's any attack boost from Jamie, which there's a +1 attack, that's 3 attack, that'll finish off the Spectre Tabernacle. If Kaiba has no boost and it looks like he lets it die, the Tabernacle is dead, so that means that this game is probably under wraps. Here comes a 5 attacking Tri-Wing Red Squadron, attacking and defeating Kaiba. That should be all she wrote. Unless Kaiba has a boost, there's a +2 boost, and that is the game. That was a very, very aggressive and very, very good start from Jamie there. And Kaiba just could not keep up with the amount of units that Jamie could play out in those earlier turns. Spectres is a hard deck to play. Spectres requires a lot of setup and a lot of cards to come out early on to get your pieces together, and just the Tri-Wings do not let that kind of a deck breathe. Very, very impressive. Very, very impressive game from Jamie. Very, very good. Let's take a look at some of these other games here. It looks like one game has come to a close. Should be at table 4, I believe. It looks like Lane had to go, forfeiting the match to Requiet. And we've got 2 more active games currently. Very exciting stuff here. That is quite the board from Crux here. Crux looks like he's firing on all cylinders back there in his home zone, playing the defense game as Psychers like to do. No forfeit, he won. All right, Lane coming in. Sorry, I said that, Lane. It didn't see at the table. Jamie did win the game. The Tri-Wings player got there. I will shut these names off because they're not accurate as of now. And we'll just enjoy this up. And I do need to change this because that was round 2. That was unfortunate. I should have changed the round number, but I did not. And we're going to be moving into round 3, so it's currently round 2, but we will be moving into round 3 here soon. Very, very good stuff from these other players. Now, we are looking at Realchair and Kajotu here. Kajotu had very, very, very convincing game 1, but it looks like he's maybe a little bit on the back foot here against Realchair. We got a Warborn, it looks like Way of Peace, a Rammus kind of deck, Way of Peace, and we've got Hunters here, and it looks like the Way of Peace is doing what Way of Peace does best, and applying some pressure to not only hand, but also board presence. Playing down a Warboard Strategist with a Death Trigger. Spectre of Ebb and Flow to draw a card. And then he's going to discard a card to copy its playability and draw 2 cards, it seems. Then he's going to use the Way of Peace Doctrine to let him draw another card. And then he can shuffle 2 cards from his discard back into his deck. Very, very grindy. This is the way that Way of Peace can really grind out an opponent when they're not overwhelmed like Kaiba was in this first match. Looks like he's going to put a Spectre Chapel back into his deck. Draw some cards. Realchair representing the early Xbox Live users with that profile picture of his. You had to be there. You had to be there. All right, Realchair starting to move into the open zone to fight these very large trade ships and hunters. Looks like he's got a good 4 attack coming at this blockader. Any boosts from Realchair? Oh, he might be thinking about it. He's going to intercept here, so we've got a Hunter Commando intercepting a Warborn Strategist. Oh, but if he does that and kills the Warborn Strategist, this could be really bad for him. He's going to boost +1 Stalwart, and Hunter Pack is going to boost +2 Stalwart. So what's going to happen here? It's 4 defenses. They're going to kind of just bump off of each other. And then the Trade Coalition Blockader is going to eat that for breakfast. But he's going to double a death ability, and he's going to bounce both of these cards back to Gajoto's hand. That is a very big tempo swing for Realchair. Strategist just doubling his ability, bouncing both of these cards to, not to the bag, but back to Gajoto's hand, and it's just opening this very big window for Realchair here. Answering those big ships, not through combat, but through strategy, as the card implies. Gajoto going to draw 2 cards from boosts. Realchair really shuffling his deck up, because there is a Rammus out there. So any cards that he discards will have to be at random. All right, Gajoto drawing for turn. Gajoto has a lot of big utility ships here, but this Warborn Strategist being able to double that death trigger is very big here. It can open a lot of potential for unexpected kills. Kyoto thinking in the tank here, trying to figure out how to best answer this incoming strategist and another strategist back in the home zone. Kyoto playing out a Hunter Commando. It's going to be able to give some of his other Hunter cards some attack buffs. I think he's activating... Oh, he's using a retreat. He's going to bounce one of his own cards to his hand. He's going to return that to his hand, and he's going to play it again, because it gives you a command point when you do so. He's going to draw a card, which is going to trigger his Doctrine. It's going to trigger his Commando. It's going to trigger a lot of cards that Kyoto has. Very impressive synergy. Very, very impressive synergy here. Giving the +1 attack to the Strike Hunter from the Hunter Commando. Kyoto trying to figure out the best answers here. Kyoto playing a Trade Coalition Blockader once again, the same one that got bounced to his hand last turn. That'll put Kyoto at 0 command points. Kyoto moving into the open zone, trying to take combat. It has to be very careful because there's a strategist here. Anything that kills the strategist will cost him. It'll cost him 2 units when this strategist dies. If it was me, I'd have the strategist bounce the pack dropship and the Strike Hunter to hand, because you definitely don't want him to get another playability on the Spectre Ebb and Flow when that thing gets bounced back to hand. It looks like Kyoto is trying to swing Spectre Ebb and Flow at the Warborn Strategist, and he chose not to move the Strike Hunter and dropship so that he could try to answer this card before moving forward. This card walling off any big ships. Now, I do hope Real Chair knows that he could intercept Ebb and Flow without much issue. It's going to be a +1, +2 Stalwart boost, it appears. Spectre of Peace intercepting to make sure strategist stays alive. +1 Stalwart boost. But it will die, and he's kind of just using that to filter some cards out of his hand. And now Kyoto moving both units to the whole open zone, which is, I don't think this is the correct play. I definitely think you want to use one ship at a time, because anything you move forward will likely get bounced back to your hand. So it looks like Real Chair is going to deal damage back to the dropship. Kyoto going to buff it with +2 Stalwart. It doesn't make a huge difference here, because that card's going right back to the hand when this card dies. So when the the Warborn Strategist dies, it will bounce. It'll bounce those 2 cards back to Kyoto's hand. And again, just amazing trades with the Warborn Strategist. And able to recycle those throughout the game is going to be huge. This game is going to take a long time to come to completion, it feels like. But I think that the Spectres here can definitely go to the late game and succeed more so than... I think the Spectres have a lot more resources than the Hunters will in the late game. All right, we're moving over to Real Chair's turn. He's playing a War's Might, discarding a Spectre Tabernacle. Oh, maybe not. discarding the Spectre Tabernacle, activating the Doctrine Way of Peace to put cards from his discard back into his deck, and dealing 5 damage to Hunter Commando, likely. It's choosing to destroy the Strike Hunter. Also a very decent call. Requiet saying that there's a problem, JC, on table 3. Looks like chairs taking to the open zone. A lot of command points being gained over here from Kajoutu. I see. So there was a misplay here. Tabernacle is not allowed to. It is not a Spectre type unit, so you are not allowed to shuffle cards from your discard into your deck based on that effect. So there was a little bit of a rules confusion here. Looks like you got that all cleared up. Kajoutu going and playing more Hunter Commandos. I don't know how many cards are left in Kajoutu's deck, but I'll be interested to see how he navigates the infinite onslaught that the Spectres could produce here. Now, I do believe, yes, there's another Warborn Strategist in the open zone, so and it's something else that can protect the Warborn Strategist, so there's a lot of strategy that's going to be needed to handle this Strategist. Strategist is going to be able to bounce 2 cards back to Kajoutu's hand, making all of those command point gainings not that relevant, depending on how Kajoutu advances in the coming turns. If it gets back to Realchair will likely take that Warborn Strategist and just run it into the biggest ship he can find, or find a way to get this destroyed, so he's able to bounce 2 of Kajoutu's cards back to his hand again, but we will see. Looks like a Spectre of Ebb and Flow has hit the board, drawing in more cards, gaining in more command points, and giving some Hunter units +1 attack. Now, the attack is very impressive from here, but he does have to find a way to get past this Warborn Strategist. He's got 3 Hunter Commandos out there, which is a huge amount of attack gaining. Not a lot of Rammus activations so far. Haven't seen Rammus be used in recent turns. I do believe that Kajoutu had forgot that Realchair was supposed to be discarding at random for a lot of cards, but I think, or unless a lot of cards that Realchair had were specific cases. Now it looks like Spectre of Peace is going to draw Kajoutu a card. He's going to play a Strike Hunter, and there's going to be a lot more attack where that came from. All of these cards are probably going to gain 2 more attack. Oh, it's when you draw your first card each turn, so they will stay as they are. Now Kajoutu does have to figure out the best way to attack this Strategist. All this work that he's doing, a lot of these cards will probably end up back in his hand, buying Realchair a little bit more time. It looks like Kyoto is going to advance with Commando and Blockader. Probably going to prioritize the Strategist to try and get it out of the way, is what I would assume. Yep, both of them are going after the Strategist. Will Realchair choose to intercept? I think he would. I think you want to intercept the Commando here while you have the opportunity. And he does. He does intercept, trying to get the Commando out of the way. Now we will go to boosts for this combat in particular. Looks like there's going to be a +1 defense boost, turning this into a overall 4 defense statted creature, 3 defense, 1 HP. There's going to be a +1 attack boost from the Spectre Ebb and Flow, which will kill the Commando and kill the Spectre Ebb and Flow. And then Spectre Ebb and Flow will trigger its death ability after the combat, potentially, or +1 defense boost, bouncing that card back to his hand. Now, there was a death trigger that I think was missed with Ebb and Flow, which is fine, I suppose. I don't know if maybe they just forgot. Both players seem to have not acknowledged the death trigger on Ebb and Flow. It looks like we move to Realchair's turn, and there's just an overwhelming amount of powerful units on Kyoto's board. I'll be very interested to see how Realchair handles the pressure Kyoto's accumulating over here. Realchair considering. He's playing another Spectre of Ebb and Flow to allow himself to draw a card. Maybe not. Spectre of Peace, allowing him to draw 2 cards here. Alright, Kyoto using the ability of Ramus Warborn to discard War's Might out of Realchair's hand. Allowing him to draw 2 cards off of the Spectre of Peace. And an additional card off of his Doctrine. So he should be drawing about 3 cards out of his deck. However, cards should not be going back into his deck because he did not discard a unit. It looks like it did happen again. Looks like Kyoto is potentially figuring out that there might have been an issue with that play. Looks like they're discussing it now. There's dice all over the table here. There's just dice everywhere. Realchair, playing a Warborn Strategist. Another way to bounce units back to Kyoto's hand. Starting Kyoto's turn. think he forgot to draw an additional card for controlling the open zone. Johto thinking what the best play might be here. Very, very little Rammus activations overall. Plays down a pack dropship. Probably opting to go to combat soon to try and move towards the Wheelchair's home zone. He does move the masses. A lot of units going into the open zone here. A lot of buffs that could occur here if he chose to, but I think he opts out of it because he's not going to be attacking anything. And it looks like he might just end the turn here. It seems like the Hunters have been very polarizing in games that I've seen. They were kind of weak when by themselves, but I think Kyoto here did a fantastic job combining the Spectre's draw abilities with the Hunter's win you draw synergy. So very, very impressed with Kyoto's deck here. Wheelchair drawing a card for his turn. Trying to figure out what the best way to stop this barrage of the barrage of enemies that is headed his way. Looks like Wheelchair will be playing a Spectre of Ebb and Flow. That will allow him to draw 3 cards potentially and discard a card to synergize with the Way of Peace. Yep, same play we saw last turn. Discarding a random card here. He does discard a Spectre of Ebb and Flow, which will give his Doctrine the second ability, allowing him to put 2 cards from his discard back into his deck, and then he will be drawing 3 cards. Spectre of Peace to draw a card. He opted to not use the second ability of Way of Peace, it seems. Looks like there's a judge call. Looks like that's getting resolved right now. Maybe just had a question. Drawing a card for turn, drawing a card for the open zone. And both of those will tick up his command points for the turn, allowing him to have 7 command points out the gate here. Kyoto playing another Hunter pack, which is going to be a huge if he can get that card into the open zone. And it looks like that is time. We are now in turns. Kyoto will be turn 0, and we will go in alternating turns until turn 5. And I guess whoever does the most damage within those 5 turns to someone's territories will win this game. Kyoto playing a heavy hunter rather. And Kyoto playing a Spectre of Peace to draw a card, giving a ton of triggers across his board. It looks like Kyoto is coming for the throat this time. That is a lot of attack buffs coming across his board here. Each commando will get an attack. Each strike hunter will get 2 attack. And if he's able to draw an additional card, then they would get a lot more. If he uses Rammus here, he can push for a lot more damage. Will he opt to do so is the question. Oh, he won't be able to get more damage because Hunter Commando is the first time, so this is about the maximum amount of damage he has currently. That's my bad. But he can move in to go to attacks here. If I was him, I would try to target this Spectre Temple to stop the strategist from getting the double death triggers, but he does have to figure out how to get around this strategist, or he's going to have to reset all over again, put his units here and move them across the board again. Kyoto moving 1 into the home zone. There's a lot of intercepts that could happen here. This is going to be a pain in the hunter. It's going to be a pain for the hunter player to overcome that. Without targeted removal, this card is very annoying because it basically means Wheelchair has full control about when the strategist is going to die and what the strategist is going to hit. It looks like Kyoto says, you know what? We'll make this easy for you. We're going to move everything into the home zone, and we are going to go to attacks. JC, if you're here, I don't know if Crux and D Major know that they are in turns, but Kyoto doing something with his command points right now. Looks like he's using Warborn Strategist to intercept Spectre Ebb and Flow, hopefully getting Warborn Strategist to die. And then he's probably going to bounce 2 of the bigger attackers that are headed towards his other Ebb and Flow. Looks like Wheelchair is going to consult the rules on something real quick. Trying to see on attacking and intercepting. I do believe this attack will resolve first, which is probably what he's questioning. This will die. He'll be able to bounce 2 attackers out of the way and make this attack much more favorable for him. I think he's just double-checking that. He's going to choose to double its death ability and get rid of 2 attackers. That is definitely what he's looking for here. Oh, I do apologize. The territory I would have targeted when I was saying temple earlier, I did mean the conquest of Warborn. But it also says you can return any target. So he could return his own units if he wanted to. Brown player seems to be having a little bit too much fun with their cursor. War's Might? I'm curious as to what's... Oh, is there a discard happening currently? Let's see. It is a tactic, not a trap. So I am curious about what is occurring here, because the last I checked, we were in Kyoto's combat phase. Well, while they get this figured out, for the current standings of the tournament bracket so far, it seems like Requiem did end up catching a win. The winner of this will be 2-0. If Realchair wins, they will be 2-0. If Kyoto wins, they will also be 2-0. All right, it looks like Realchair and Kyoto have joined the stadium. Looks like this game came to a close. It seems like Kyoto got the win. Can you guys let me know kind of what happened there? It didn't seem like it came to a complete close. Kyoto with the win. Got it. Very good game, you guys. We watched the latter half of that match. Now let's see what's going on here. We have Psionics versus the Way of Peace. So Psionics versus Spectres here. And I did kind of check in on this a little earlier. It did seem like Psionics was building up that massive fleet that Psionics likes to do. But it does look like with a tabernacle and a chapel in the Psionics home zone, it does not look very promising for the Psionics. May my deck bring you victory, D Major. I do know that D Major and Rec ended up drawing in the first round. Both were playing a Rammus deck, so. right. Looks like we are on Crux's turn. He's playing a Psionic Warrior. He does have the Mystic Whirl of Illusionary. He can activate the Psionic Warrior. It looks like he discarded it to add Psionic Blaster to his hand using the Doomsday World. Is that what's going on here? Or... Wheelchair. +1 resource, +1 card draw for free will keep me up at night. That deck is wild. Yeah, Kyoto is surprising a lot of people with that that synergy there. Very, very, very good brew from Kyoto, I must say. Looks like a Colossus has been played, or has been there the whole time. They are on turns, so I do believe that this is going to go towards the major for the victory here. But I think what we'll do is we'll let this round end organically. We won't put any more pressure on it than there needs to be. And what I can do is I do know how some of these matches ended, so we'll go ahead and set up for the next featured match. And I will start adjusting the scoreboard for everyone to take a look at. So let's take a look over here. So we will be moving into the round 3 featured match here in a moment. I'd suggest you get some snacks or some water because this next one's going to be a doozy, I'm sure. All right, so we're going to update that, saying round 3 feature match. Someone having a bit too much fun with the table 1 card. Now, I do know that Kyoto won, so Kyoto is 2-0. And I do know that Requiet had also won his game. We will move Wheelchair here. Now, I don't know. Jamie won, so it looks like our finals will be between Jamie and Kyoto. Jamie won with a bye, and then Jamie won very convincingly against Kaiba. The rest of these standings will be determined, but it looks like our finals will likely be between Jamie and Kyoto. Those are our 2-0 players currently. So stay tuned. It'll be Tri-Wings versus that Hunter Spectre hybrid that Kyoto has been brewing. So, short intermission. Everyone, go ahead and get some snacks. I'm going to turn on some of the the Warcast music that our contestant D Major created. If you want to listen in on it, please make sure to go check it out. Our stream out on YouTube. For some reason, I can't get the music to work here on Discord. I'll be posting a link to the live stream if you want to vibe to D Major's amazing music. And I'll see you guys soon. Oh, sorry, I wasn't here, D Major. I was letting everyone know there was an intermission. All right, so anyone who's still here, we do need to figure out the pairings. I don't know if you're here, JC. You might be on a break. I'm going to invite you to speak so we can kind of hash this out really quick.
I'm here. I'm just grabbing the pairings real quick to send to you.
Welcome to the call, JC. It has been a cutthroat tournament out there. I'm excited to see these hunters and tri-wings go at it here soon. All right, we've got... I feel like these pairings might be wrong, JC.
That's what I got.
Kijoto and Jamin are both 2-0.
Jamie.
Or sorry, Jamie.
Jamie. Did I answer that wrong? Did Jamie lose the lane?
Jamie got the bye.
Oh. Lane got the bye.
Lane was
I
too
entered
late.
wrong, though. I've got that entered in wrong.
Gotcha. No, I think the tie is what messed things up more than anything, Jamie.
No, I've got lane down as I got lane down on round 1.
Stand by.
Hold on.
What's the final pairings? JC's figuring that out currently.
How do I reset this?
Free buy for everyone this round. Bro, I cooked in round 1. I got cooked in round 1. All right. I do believe that because Real Chair is now 1-1 and Requiet is 1-1, that could be a matchup. Lane being 0-2. Who won between D Major and Crux? Was I, so D Major won. So that would leave Crux versus Lane, which would work. And D Major versus Kaiba, because they are both... Let's see, did I do that right?
Okay.
Because of that tie, I think it would be D Major versus Kaiba here. So I think this could work if your software is still screwy.
Alright. Yeah, we're gonna have to do it by sheet.
All right. I mean, am I good to announce this, JC?
Yeah, we're gonna have to put in points. Give me just a second.
All right.
Okay. We have go to Jamin should have 2 points, right?
Jamie should have 2 points, yes. 2 victories.
Kajotu, how many victories?
2 victories.
Wheelchair.
1 victory, 1 loss.
Requiet.
1 victory, 1 victory, 1 draw.
Okay. Lane.
0 victories, 2 losses.
Crux.
Crux is 0 victories, 2 losses.
Kaiba.
0 victories, 2 losses.
E major.
1 victory, 1 tie.
Looks like Kajotu needs to fight Jamie for first.
Correct. You're gonna have to pair.
Has Wheelchair fought the Major or Requiet yet?
No, Realchair I don't believe has fought either Requiet or D Major. But I do think Requiet and Kaiba fought.
Requiet and D Major fought. Who won among those two?
Requiet and D Major
It's a
tied.
draw. Who won in their last matches? They both won, huh?
They both won. So I think the pairings that I have here are the most accurate.
Okay. Because technically they should fight each other. But they've already fought each other.
Yeah, that's why I separated them to people they haven't fought yet who have similar win-losses.
Yeah. Then Lane, Crux, and Kaiba all have zero wins.
Yes.
So Wheelchair should be fighting Requiet or D Major.
Yes, and I think Realchair already fought Kaiba, so...
Okay. Who did D Major fight last time?
Last round, D Major was against Crux.
Okay. And who did Requiet fight?
Requiet fought Lane.
Crux. Alright, we just want to put Wheelchair, Requiet, and D Major versus Lane, Crux, and Kaiba.
Wait, what?
Well, I don't see how we can put because D Major and Requiet both have the same score.
Yep.
So I don't see how we can choose which one of them fights Wheelchair.
I would just put it as to people who they haven't played against yet.
Alright, but neither one of them has played Wheelchair.
Right. So if you put Requiet versus Realchair and D Major versus Kaiba, no two people are playing each other again.
Right, but if you put Requiet versus or D Major versus Wheelchair and Requiet versus
Kaiba.
Kaiba.
You could also do that, I think.
Yeah, see that's the problem.
Yeah.
So I think to be fair we just send them against the 0 point guys.
Who?
Wheelchair, Requiet, and D Major.
Realchair, Requiet, D Major versus
Lane, Fox, and Kaiba.
Okay.
I think it's the fairest way to do that.
Lane says he has to forfeit.
Okay. So Lane is out. Does anybody else have to forfeit? Now let me text him. So we're definitely doing Jamie and
Kajotu.
for first.
Correct.
So I'll text them that real quick.
They're here. They can hear us.
Oh, they can?
Yeah.
Okay. So, anybody else willing to forfeit since Lane has to forfeit? Besides Jamie and...
Did Kaiba have to go? Or is Kaiba still here?
I can't see who's in the audience.
We have Realchair, Kaiba, Jamie, Crux, Kajotu, Requiet, D Major.
Okay, so yeah.
D Major said, I ain't scooping. Kaiba says he's here in TTS.
Okay.
I can forfeit if it makes things easier somehow, Crux said.
Okay, so yeah, we'll have Crux. So Crux and Who was it though? Lane?
Lane. They were there. They were playing against each other anyway. So we can give Crux the
Okay.
win there.
Yeah.
So Crux, you have gotten a win because your opponent forfeited. So that doesn't change anything.
So then Kaiba versus D Major, Recreate versus Wheelchair.
Yep, I
guess?
think this works perfectly well.
Okay.
All right, Keijotu and Jamie, can I get you guys to go to table 1? We'll have Requiet and Wheelchair. Can you guys go to table 2? And D Major and Kaiba, can you guys go to table 3? Does that sound good to you, JC?
Yeah.
Also, everyone here who doesn't know already, they will all be getting XP boosts on the server. You guys will be getting level ups and some rolls for participating. The winner will also get the event championship roll. So I've been able to keep my ass at table 2 all night, Wheelchair says.
Nice.
All right,
The
guys.
winner also gets a foil doctrine.
Yes,
alt art.
the most important prizing there.
Yes.
All right, everyone, head to the waiting room, and I will start putting you guys in your rooms. I am not at my table. No, you'll get there. Head to the waiting room, Gajoto, and we'll get it all organized.
Joju was supposed to be.
I got the records memorized, JC, if you need it later. But
Alright. We got Kajotu versus who?
Kajotu versus Jamie.
Okay.
Requiet versus Wheelchair, and D Major versus Kaiba. So we just need to move Crux off of D Major's table. And everything else looks solid. Alright, let me go ahead and go to the Warcast Live. I'll get everyone's information typed in. I'm very excited for this. We got Corinth versus Triwings. Name one. We know him. We love him. Kijotu. And in here we have Jamie, who is still there. Alright, time to cut the music out, YouTube. Sorry, but we're about to get into this next featured match. I'm going to put this on as the finals. Alrighty, let me make sure we get into a good position for this. I'm going to actually go into first person this time. I don't believe I can. That's fine. Or sorry, not first person, but top down. I think this will work out well. Alrighty. welcome to round 3 of the third and final round of the Warcaste Tournament here on the Pop-Up Playtest server. And it looks like we're starting off with a bang. We've got Jamie starting off with a Tri-Wing Red Squadron, which is going to let him go grab a Tri-Wing Red Squadron. We've seen this play all night from him. He's going to place another Red Squadron down, play a 1-drop. He's going to maximize his command point output, and he's going to have probably 3 units by the end of this turn. Plays one again. Now, he should not be at 5 damage counters on that territory, but I'm sure that's just a little misclick there. He adds yet another Tri-Wing Red Squadron to his hand. Does he have a 1-drop to follow up with? He does have the Red Squadron leader, and that is his turn. 3 units, 5 command points, a lot of searching, and a very aggressive start for the Tri-Wing player. Now, we've seen Kajotu's deck in this tournament like to go to that mid game. He wants to get a couple of pieces together. He wants to draw a bunch of cards and kind of overwhelm the opponent. But his strategy seems to be a lot slower than the Tri-Wing's overall strategy. So I'd be excited to see if Kajotu's maybe able to accelerate fast enough to keep up with these Tri-Wings, or if he really does struggle until that mid game where he can kind of grind out more advantage. All right, it looks like we have 2 Hunter Commandos hitting the board here. That is very, very good. Getting these out early, having them buff up your board before you guys go to combat could be very good. It appears that he's going to give this Tri-Wing Red Squadron, or rather, the Red Squadron leader, +1 attack. He's going to play a Tri-Wing Red Squadron. He's going to go grab another Tri-Wing Red Squadron, I'm sure. And just a very classical Tri-Wing play over here from Jamie. Now, Jamie taking the open zone here is very interesting. I don't think the Commandos are going to be able to get enough pressure on these Tri-Wings fast enough. I do think Jamie had some very favorable matchups throughout the tournament. Obviously, he had a bye round 1, but that second round when he was up against the slower Spectre deck, very, very favorable. So I'd be interested to see how this one plays out. He does add another Red Squadron leader to his hand. He's going to go ahead and play Price of War to finish off his territory, allowing him to draw that territory and 2 additional cards. Just swimming in advantage over here. Even though he's a territory down, he is very hard winning the board state. JC, are you currently watching the rest of the table? If there is a judge call, okay, I was just making sure. I don't think there's one yet, but I cannot see the rest of the tables. All right, Jamie moving up with his 2 leaders and or his 2 squadrons and leader, claiming that open zone and passing the turn. KJ starting his turn, gaining an additional command point, putting him to 6 for the turn. So we'll see what he does with these 6 command points, because how he reacts to this incoming assault from the Tri-Wings is going to be very important. He plays a Spectre of Peace, which is going to let him draw a card, and he's going to get another command point. So that is a free body, if I'm not mistaken. They are each going to get +1 attack from each other. So he's got some 3/2s that he can come play with the Tri-Wings a little bit. Very, very good play here. Being able to potentially trade with these Tri-Wings early. He's going to play a Spectre of Ebb and Flow, which is going to let him draw a card. He's going to get a command point. The Hunters will not buff again, unfortunately. But there might be a little bit room to play here with the extra command points that he was able to gather. 6. Played that for 2. Yeah, that seems right. KJ kind of sizing up the Tri-Wing threats, seeing if he wants to commit to a fight for the open zone or if he's going to stay back and play more defensively here. He's got 4 more command points to mess with, so we will see. Looks like KJ is going to be playing Hunter Pack. He can place any number of hunter-type units he controls into an adjacent zone, into the same zone as that unit, on a later turn when he draws his first card each turn. So he's trying to set up to hopefully maybe do a counter swarm, but he will be going to combat. He's sending one of these hunter commandos into fight Red Squadron, or looks like they might be going to boosts. I believe he's fighting the Red Squadron with the... Oh, he's changing targets. So the Hunter Commando is actually going to go after the Red Squadron leader. And he's going to boost for +2 Stalwart, making this a very, very large defensive unit. Well, it'd be interesting to see how Jamin reacts to that. Jamin coming with a +1 Stalwart, which, I mean, very good. It looks like both units should survive this combat here. 3 damage. All right, and then Hunter Commando coming in. Trying to see what kind of damage counter should have been placed on that Red Squadron leader. Doing a +1 Stalwart boost to the Hunter Commando to try and finish off this Red Squadron leader. The Red Squadron leader should... He's intercepting for it with a Tri-Wing Red Squadron. Giving this the +1 defense boost. Jamin will be giving it a +1 attack boost. Trying to kill off the Hunter Commando, which I do believe works. Now, one of those boosts Jamin did put in the graveyard, so he should probably pull that out. Looks like he missed that and only drew 1 card for his boost this turn. But now we are on Jamin's turn. Jamin going to give this +1 attack from his Doctrine. Jamin playing the Cult of War's Rage, putting a damage counter on one of his territories to search his deck for any card that any unit he might need here. He's going to do it again, searching up 2 units here. I assume he's probably going to go grab his War Stars, maybe another leader, but we will see. He does grab a Red Squadron leader and one of his War Stars, I believe the Destroyer. He's having a hard time putting it back into his hand. There you go, he got him. He's putting himself dangerously low here, especially with a deck that has a lot of explosive power with this Hunter pack. But it looks like they are going to combat. He did have 1 more command point. I don't know. Okay, he's going to opt to probably use that command point. He's going to use this, dealing a damage here to boost its attack by 1. And he's coming in for 4 attack against the Hunter Commando. Any boosts. See if Jamin's got any boosts he wants to throw at this. KJ, he's running very low on hand size, which is surprising. It felt a lot like KJ had a massive hand and infinite resources throughout most of tonight, but it really shows the pressure that the Tri-Wings are applying here. It looks like Jamie is putting on the +2 Cunning, while Kyoto has a +2 Stalwart. I believe that'll let the commander live, but it will also let the squadron leader live. So they kind of just do nothing off of that. should maybe live, I do believe. 4, he gave it +2 defense. I do believe the commando will still live. Tri-wing Red Squadron coming over to maybe finish the job. He's also moving up another Tri-wing Red Squadron to attack. Any boost from Jamie? No boost from Jamie. Kyoto says, fine, the commando can die, putting damage counters on the squadron. Both players will be drawing a decent amount. He's moving up the Tri-Wing Red Squadron. Not a lot of defensive units here. He could use Ebb and Flow to intercept here, which will likely be what happens. But he's actually using Quick Strike. Okay. Engages it, deals its damage to the Ebb and Flow, which, I mean, that Kyoto's got no responses for that. Kind of a blowout on that, so Spectre Ebb and Flow will die, and each player will discard a card. But that is a very, very good use of removal there, where he can keep the Red Squadron leader there as pressure and still remove an annoying unit that you usually have to attack through. But it does kind of hurt Kyoto's hand here. I do believe that Red Squadron leader might have just entered play this turn. I'm not 100% sure on that. It looks like he used all of his command points. So one of these units probably shouldn't be in the open zone. But neither player called it out, so there's really no way to tell. Kyoto's turn now, having to answer this assault of Tri-Wings with very limited resources. Kyoto says, I'll play another Hunter Commando here. I'm going to use some cards to probably draw some cards this turn and buff my my Hunters to try and trade into some of your units. The Hunter pack could come over here and try to attack this fleet, but it looks like he's going to prioritize this Tri-Wing Red Squadron. Any boosts from KJ? It looks like he might have declared an attack with the Commando and the Hunter pack. Looks like he is going to pair them up and choosing to attack Tri-Wing Red Squadron. KJ asking which one are you going to deal damage back to. And then KJ going to be applying boosts. So the damage is going to be coming towards Commando. He's going to boost the Commando with +2 attack. And Jamie needs to respond now. So that is enough damage to kill the squadron as is. However, then will kill the Commando still. Oh. +1 attack. I don't know that was necessary here. That was the boost card, so that... Was that in play, or was he boosting with it? Interesting. I guess either way, that makes sense. Looks like JC went to investigate to find out what just occurred. Welcome back, JC. It does look like some more boosting is happening as they trade through units. It looks like we got a +2 attack boost. on the Red Squadron leader that will likely trade with the Hunter pack if there was any other attack boost, which it doesn't appear to be. Drawing for boosts there. Kajota, no boost to draw from, 1 card left in hand. Very heavy assault from the Tri-Wing players coming in. Jamie giving Red Squadron leader +1 attack from his Doctrine, which shouldn't be engaged currently, I believe. But there is damage marked on the Tri-Wing Squadron that was missed last turn. All right. Jamie moving this squadron leader into the home zone. I think the Spectre piece is in the open zone to prevent Jamie from drawing, but that means he can't intercept with it currently. Using Quick Strike to engage this to nuke the Hunter Commando. Very, very good play here, opening the front door for the Tri-Wings to just come rushing in, and this is a very, very, very bad position for KJ to be in. This being in the open zone is not ideal. He cannot intercept with it, and that is a lot of damage heading in currently. That is 8 damage that he's going to be able to throw around on some territories. That being in the open zone means he can't intercept any of that incoming damage, and he's got 1 card left in hand. This is a very bad position. Moving the Red Squadron leader back to potentially attack the Spectre of Peace. Interesting maneuver there. Coming in, dealing 3 damage to that territory, dealing 3 damage to that territory, and probably passing the turn, sitting in a very good spot. KJ's got 1 draw here. Hopefully it's something good. Hopefully it's a unit that you can drop down and trade with, or a decent chunk of removal. But this is not looking good for the Hunter player. Choosing to play the City World of Corinth for the turn. I do believe he has 6 command points, so he does have 1 more command point if he had a 1-drop unit. Doesn't seem like he does. Jamie's going to start his turn. And I do believe that might be wraps. Jamie just has an overwhelming amount of damage. There comes Thorn. Unfortunately, there is nothing that's going to be able to do damage outside of maybe his own Doctrine, though. If he chooses to use his Doctrine to damage one of his own units, that's 2 additional damage counters, and I think that wraps up this game. If he does this just right with his Doctrine, he should be able to kill all 3 territories in 1 fell swoop. Using this, dealing the damage to it, dealing 2 damage counters with Thorn, I believe. Or is it placing a damage counter? It deals a damage. So that should be 2 damage counters from Thorn. Two damage counters being placed here instead of taking out Corinth, I believe. I guess in the long run it won't matter. That will finish that. Any boosts from KJ could come in handy here, though, choosing not to. Tri-Wing Red Squadron and Tri-Wing Leader. Or just Tri-Wing Red Squadron. Any boost to protect Corinth. It'll just break the HP. It won't necessarily kill it. Or, sorry, break the defense. It won't necessarily kill it. Unless he's got a +2 attack boost. And Kajota answers back with his +2 stalwart boost. So the defense is broken, and it should remove 2 damage counters from Corinth. He did it to the one in the open zone, I see. +2 stalwart boost. A lot of defensive boosts coming out of KJ here. However, it looks like it wasn't enough. I do believe that Corinth should still be alive, but the writing is on the wall, and I don't know that there's a card that Kajota will be able to play here that will save him from the onslaught of the Tri-Wings. He'll play a Strike Hunter, a Spectre of Peace, letting him draw a card. I mean, if he draws a bunch of 1-drops, he might have enough intercepts, but he does have Thorn, and Thorn will inevitably kill this territory. There's really no way around it. Thorn will just finish this game off. All he has to do is tap this Doctrine, damage one of his own units, and that will be the game. He plays a Heavy Hunter. Any attacks done here will inevitably end. It seems like Jamie has held him hostage and says, "Go ahead, kill any of my units. You'll lose." And there seems to be a fit where he threw a card down, and I think that the game has been decided. 6 damage counters, game over. What a phenomenal game that we've watched between these two decks here. KJ, just very unique deck, being able to mix the hunters, the specters, the drawing, the command points, being able to overrun a lot of decks. But this early aggression from the Tri-Wings players is just brutal. We have our victor. The first place will go to Jamie, our substitute player, who was not supposed to actually participate, but sometimes the stars align for you, and yeah. Very, very good display from both of our players here. Now let's go check in on some of the other matches. Let's see, we got Real Chair and I believe that's Requiet, both on Way of Peace, I believe. Both doing very grindy, long game things. And another 2 Way of Peace decks going at it. Neither able to go to the top of the table. It seems like this deck was very good, but Kajoto was able to weasel his way against these decks pretty easily. So, although it's a majority of the table is Way of Peace, they were not able to get as many convincing wins as our the 2 people at our table 1 for the night. Wonderful game between Kajoto and Jamie. They are in our featured chat here if you guys want to talk to them. I will be turning off the banners and names. The winner has been decided. Very impressive display there with the Tri-Wings, Jamie. Very, very grindy games with the rest of the participants here. We got 21 minutes on the clock, and they are fighting for second place, it seems like. Both Requiet and Real Chair 1-1. D Major 1 win, 1 tie, and Kaiba at 0 and 2. But looks like Kaiba has a very strong board here, so I'd be interested to see who wins between these overwhelming amount of Spectre decks. Now, we've seen Real Chair do this a lot tonight, where he wants to double play abilities and double death abilities, really using Warborn Strategist as his removal tool. Being able to bring this up here, trade into a Tabernacle, bounce a bunch of cards, really allows him to put pressure on people where decks not using the mixture of Warborn and Spectres are unable to abuse the same kind of synergy that Real Chair has brought to the table tonight. I do think that we should get a standings graphic if possible, or a way that we can post the standings at the end of the tournament so that everyone can reflect and see their scores. I forgot how exhausting talking for over 3 hours can be. I'm going to be driving to dinner, but I will be in the chat listening. Well, thanks for playing, Jamie. If I can keep an eye out for any judge calls, you'll get that graphic together. I can do that. So I will take a look here and keep a bird's eye view on both of these games at once. We don't get to see as much detailed action as normal, but I'm here for judge calls, and I can kind of zoom in a bit more here. We'll keep an eye on what's going on. It seems like both Kaiba and Realchair on the closer side of the table do have a very strong board presence, while Requiet and D Major both have kind of they seem to be a little bit on the back foot, especially in Requiet's case here. A lot of damage counters on his territories, but it looks like Requiet is potentially climbing a way to get some victory here with his tabernacle, I believe that is. I haven't seen very many War Stars from Realchair tonight. I think I saw one Tabernacle at one point, but he discarded it to Way of War, or War's Wage. Looks like there's an attack boost coming out, or that might have been a discard. It looks like it was a discard from Rammus. Oh, it was boosts. All right. Looks like we got a. Believe it might be Realchair's turn over here. Kaiba's turn. He's putting some cards back into his deck. The classic play from Realchair, dropping a Warbond Strategist with ways to double its ability. And a War's Might, using it to deal 4 damage to the Spectre of Peace. Because he did discard a unit, he's going to be able to grab 2... he did discard a Spectre unit, he's going to be able to grab 2 cards, shuffle them back into his deck. However, a lot of what I've seen from Realchair's game plan relies on winning tempo over everything else. He doesn't really seem to have a big finisher, rather than he just consistently pushes tempo each turn. Which, I mean, has been good enough to get him a win so far. JC, if you're listening, there are no judge calls to be had. Everything is smooth sailing. watching Realchair's game over here. He's going to be activating a retreat. Or maybe not. He's got two Warborn strategists here that he could start to control the open zone with. Looks like Requiet is low on card advantage. He is going to move the Warborn strategist into the open zone, and he's going to have it attack the Tabernacle. Any boosts? If the goal here is to kill the Tabernacle, he doesn't go for that. I think he's opting to not boost. He's just saying, I'm going to crash the Warborn strategist into the Tabernacle. +1 stalwart, which is fine. The Warborn strategist will bounce the Tabernacle back to Requiet's hand. And then it looks like that's a tempo play that he wants. He's going to start moving things into the open zone, into Requiet's home zone, and use some boost to potentially attack some territories. But it looks like he ended the turn there instead of attacking. Maybe he didn't have any attack boost there. Requiet getting a card from boosting, a card for his turn. Requiet trying to figure out what the best course of action is going to be. These reoccurring strategists are very, very powerful tempo tools. They haven't been enough to win every game, but they do win you the board state a lot of the time. If we take a look over here at D Major and Kaiba's game, both of them having Spectre Tabernacles, both of them having some other units to kind of defend those Tabernacles and double up some abilities. Spectre of Ebb and Flow coming down, allowing him to draw a card. And potentially double that to draw an additional card, if he discards a card here. Doesn't seem like an optional ability. But he is considering doubling it, so he will be discarding a card here. If he discards a friendly faction unit, he does. He'll be able to shuffle 2 cards from his graveyard back into his deck, allowing him to draw 2 cards, and a 3rd card. Just a lot of value coming here to get some options back to Requiet's hand. Putting back War's Might. Thank you for that graphic, JC. I will get that set up on a alternative scene really quick. Excuse the pause in casting while I get these scenes set up for the future. Doesn't look like there's any judge calls quite yet either. Alrighty, that graphic is good to go. Sorry for the little delay of silence there. What have we missed so far? It looks like Realchair was able to push some more advantage, get some more damage counters pushed on Rammus. I do believe that those damage counters were probably done by Requiet himself. Over here on Kaiba and D Major's game, it seems like it's been a standoff. These two have been in the open zone, trading units, intercepting, boosting, and it seems like there has been very little to no progress on that board state. Everyone here brought some stall. Everyone here brought some control. The two or three decks that did not play control were usually done between 25 minutes to half an hour. We do have 7 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. For those of you watching, how was it? Did you guys enjoy the show so far? Who's your money on to take third place? Because we have a pretty undisputed first and second place. Ten out of 10 game. I am currently casting 2 matches at once, yes. The finals have been decided. I was kind of watching both games. I can make it easier for you guys to watch, and we'll kind of hone in on the third place match, rather. The people fighting for third. You love to see it. You love to see 2 Warborn strategists, one in the home zone, one in the open zone. Makes it very, very difficult to make some good trades here. This card is a very big polarizing option in the Rammus decks. Here comes Spectre Chapel. He's going to be able to heal 5 damage counters from Rammus, and that is going to prolong this game. It seems like Requiet is using the Doctrine Way of Peace to put 2 cards back into his deck. And what seems to be the case here is that Realchair has every answer he needs to be able to stun Requiet, but Requiet just has a lot of ability to stall. A lot more bigger units and stuff. I'm not seeing a win condition or a way to close this game out from Realchair quite yet. Requiet looking to draw some cards that he shuffled back into his deck. Requiet opting to use Rammus's ability to discard a random card from Realchair's hand. Unfortunately, I just feel like there's a glitch in the matrix here, where no matter what goes to the graveyard here, he'll be able to successfully refresh, reboot, reuse, and continue to do the same things on repeat. Looks like he's shuffling 2 cards back into his deck because Rammus made him discard a friendly faction unit. Now, I'm not sure if Way of Peace triggers when an opponent forces you to discard, but it seems to be the case. At least that's what Realchair is under the impression of. And it appears that there's a judge call from D Major and Kaiba. I'm going to leave you two with the action. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Not to say I haven't missed much, but I didn't expect there to be a decisive victory in the time that I had to leave. Looks like Kaiba and D Major are continuing their match as well. It looks like they are all in turns, and there is a judge call on the featured bench table. Looks like it has been resolved, or at least JC is now there to talk. It will be interesting to see how this game comes to a close, though. Both decks really dirtle pretty hard. None of them really have an ability to do a very heavy power swing. I kind of think the most that Realchair's deck can do is double the Warborn Strategist Death Trigger, bounce 2 cards to hand, and then hit for 3. It's about 3 damage, maybe 5 if he can get another unit in play. If I had to guess, I do think that the Warborn Strategist makes the world of a difference in this matchup. It just takes this deck a long time to get these units off the board. Does look like there was an intercept here with Spectre of Peace. Or, I see. So he's playing War's Might here. Discarding a compatible unit. Or a compatible card, rather. Dealing 3 damage, getting that card killed. Activating the Doctrine Way of Peace. Discarding a card, or rather playing a Spectre of Peace, drawing a card. He could double it with Ramonite Spectre Temple. Discarding a card, drawing a card. He not using Way of Peace with either of those. Playing a Spectre of Peace, drawing a card. Spectre of Ebb and Flow going to trade into the Warborn Strategist here. And he boosts. There's a +1 Stalwart boost coming to protect the Spectre of Ebb and Flow. There's a +1 defense boost, but yeah, that doesn't kill the Warborn Strategist at all. Quite unfortunate, quite rude. That strategist still lives to see another day. They are passing turns, they are drawing. Drawing for boosts and drawing for turn. And this Tabernacle being able to come forward and copy play abilities will be very useful in the turns to come. But the slowness of these decks is nothing to scoff at, especially when they are in turns. I don't believe either of these decks can have either of these matches will have a organic win, or an organic close, rather. But I'm interested in to see how the players feel with these mirror matches. War's Might comes out from Real Chair, taking out the Spectre of Peace. He's going to be discarding Granite Spectre Temple, drawing a card. That was not a unit, so we will not get the second part of Way of Peace. He will be playing another Warborn Strategist. The Strategists just keep coming. Overall, like I said before, this card makes the entire difference between these two decks. I don't think that Requiem has a good way to answer the Strategists. Bouncing stuff back to hand is extremely hard for this deck to continue to do, especially when it's the Tabernacle that's going to get bounced a lot. +1 Stalwart. Ooh, never mind. +1 attack boost comes out to try and kill Ebb and Flow. Requiem will answer back, I'm sure, with a boost of his own. He opts not to and has the Ebb and Flow die. It appears he made himself discard a card and is trying to find cards to shuffle back into his deck. Blue-white control versus blue-white control is a long one, JC says. I don't know how many turns have gone by, but I feel like it should be close to closed. Intercept coming in. No boost from Real Chair, no cards in hand. Requiem choosing to give it a +1 HP boost. Nothing really answering that. So the Spectre piece blocks. Both players will draw for boosts. Requiem should draw for turn as well when it gets to that point. But I do think that there's no easy way to for either of these games to end. Looks like Requiem is trying to find some cards to shuffle back into his deck using his Doctrine. Requiem playing War's Might, discarding a Tabernacle to destroy. Will it kill Tabernacle? 3 damage. Won't kill that Tabernacle. Sick matches. Lost the match, but I can't wait for my set of 2 hybrids. My set 2 hybrids. Oh. Discarding cards here from Ramus. Ramus has detonated itself. More damage counters to draw more cards. Kaiba's on the offensive over here, going after some of D-Major's territories. I think Wheelchair might try to push into Requiate's home zone potentially. Especially if he Wheelchair can find a way to kill off this strategist and open the door for Tabernacle to get some damage on a territory. Wheelchair draws for turn, and this might be where it comes down. Warborn Strategist coming in. Knocking one out. Tabernacle coming in to attack Grief. Grief getting a +2 Stalwart boost. Wheelchair, any boost coming from his hand to determine this. +1 attack. 3, 4 should be enough to kill the Tabernacle. Some damage counters on that Spectre of Grief. Warborn Strategist going unchecked a little bit. Requiate drawing some cards. And I do believe they are past their 5-turn limit, but it looks like they're trying to play it out. And I think Wheelchair overall has lost. But it definitely depends on where they were in turns and what the 2 players have decided. But as it looks like, Wheelchair did not have a way to close the game out, and Requiate actually looks like he was able to squeeze just this consistent grind game out, being able to discard a card from his hand, nuke the thing in the open zone. He's going to be able to kill this other ship, and Requiate just having every tool imaginable to continue to play the game. Discarding a card off of the Spectre of Grief. Trading into this strategist here. Each player should discard a card from the hand off of the unit that Requiate played. And I believe the game should be over. Checking back in with Kaiba and D-Major. The grind game continues between the 2 Spectre decks. It does look like D-Major has a deck while Kaiba does not. And it looks like D-Major is under a lot more pressure, but has a lot more resources to lean into. I am interested to see, if you guys come to the stage, I am interested to see how the Wheelchair and Requiate match went. And it looks like all games have come to a close. Not exactly sure what happened over here. Seems like they're talking about their decks. Fun moments, kind of reminiscing on it. Waiting for everyone to join back in. Hopefully I can get some information about how these games went. If I was betting, I think Requiem would have won there. And if I was betting on this side, it looks like D Major would have won here as well. We've got Realchair typing in chat, Requiem joining in the audience. Requiem and Realchair tied. Very, very well. It's 2 ties for Requiem for the night. Realchair, that left you with 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 tie. That leaves Requiem with 1 win and 2 ties. And I'm interested to see in how D Major and Kaiba's game ended. I will invite you to speak now, JC. Welcome to the stage, D Major. And welcome in Kaiba, or did Kaiba dip? It looks like Kaiba dipped down to playtest VC number 1. Man, I hate Rammus. Yeah, you're telling me. None of those games were fun to watch. Kaiba won. Got it. So that leaves D Major's record with 1 win, 1 loss, 1 tie. That leaves Realchair's record with 1 win, 1 loss, 1 tie. That leaves Requiem for 3rd place with 1 win and 2 ties. What an intense game of or tournament of Warcast that must be.
True that.
See, the problem was everyone came with Rammus, but what they didn't know was that Rammus is only good when it doesn't fight Rammus.
Yeah. White blue control versus white blue control is a slog fest.
And a slog fest it was. I wanted to make people miserable. How come only I'm sad? That wasn't the issue at all, Realchair said. Almost got the second tie, bro. Hit me with the for 1. Well, I was overall really impressed with tonight. I do think that there was a lot of good data collected. I did kind of want to get like a end game interview with someone. I was trying to get it from the person who would take first place, but they're celebrating out at dinner and drinks, and left us peasants here. Is there anyone who would like to come in and make some comments since we are recording and live streaming this? How did you feel about the night, JC?
The blue was heavy, but
The blue was
I thought
heavy.
it went pretty well. I thought it went pretty well.
D Major says, I'm still salty.
I feel you.
If Joseph doesn't want to, I'll jump in. Jota, would you like to come in? You did have a very unique deck here that was very well showcased across the featured events.
That is true.
Kajotu's typing. Let's go. All right, let's pull Kajotu up in here. He's the second place, so he gets the second chance to speak. So we'll pull him up here. Welcome to the stage, Kajoto.
Thank you.
What a game tonight. I'm going to transition over to the winning screen. These are the final 3 standings for the night. We have Jamie in first place, Kajotu in second place, and Requiem squeezing in that third place with their second tie. GG's everyone who participated. Now, Kajotu, you want to tell us a little bit about your deck? What you were thinking when you made the deck?
Okay, so I think I was before this deck. I think I was daring myself to include um the hunters into the burn strikers.
Okay.
Yeah, and then after that, I I wanted to see if I could change doctrines, and then I looked at the doctrine of the hunt,
Uh huh.
and then it works well with the specters.
Right. And that was showcased very, very well tonight. The ability to just draw cards during your main phase with the Spectre units made the world of difference in a lot of your matchups. You were pushing out outrageous numbers of units that a lot of these blue decks could not deal with.
Yeah, I think the blue decks, okay, they were just slow. And this deck, I think it's like really slow too. It's like slow at the beginning, but then once you get something set up, it goes like from 0 to like 100 real quick.
Oh, definitely.
And that's,
When you
yeah,
were able to collect a couple of those pieces and get those big bombs dropped, you definitely had a way to close out games, and you applied a lot of pressure early. Now, when I was watching this final match between you and the Tri-Wings, the Tri-Wings just rushed you, and they didn't let you get
yeah,
your pieces together, which I think was a very big downfall to the deck.
yeah. They just went to here too fast. And I think part of the reason why was because I didn't go first, but it was just way too fast. They moved in. He opened like with 3 guys in the home zone and then moved into open zone, and it was like, okay,
Yeah.
I can't defend against this.
You did a very good job dropping those commanders in early, getting them to buff, trying to do some early trades. You had a really good game plan, but you just had just not enough pieces to kind of keep the Tri Wings off your territories.
Yeah. And it was a good match.
It was. I was very impressed with your deck that you came here with. It was very unique, and it had a lot of cool things that I had not seen before. The Tri-Wings, pretty classical move. A lot of the blue decks had a lot of uniqueness across all of them. I know that Real Chair was sitting there abusing Strategist every chance he could. Um, I know that the Majors deck was using a Lugiere to kind of like mitigate cards off the top of people's decks and kind of see what he was drawing into. And he also used the Lugiere a lot as discard fodder for War's Might, which is super cool. And it looked like Requiem had one of the more like stally decks in the tournament. Requiem was able to just consistently have more cards in deck than anybody else. So
I definitely second that.
The other two players that aren't here anymore, I never got to watch a match with Lane, so I didn't really get to see how his matches went. Crux, while you were here, I was very impressed with what you were able to do with the psionics. But overall, I think we had a very, very successful event, and I think we can all step away from this being better players and not coming with Rammus next time. But thank you for participating, everyone. We will be dishing out the XP for participating in the event, and we will be giving. I can never remember how to say their names. Where does his name go? Jamie. We'll make sure
Jamie?
that Jamie has his champion role on the server. He'll show up at the very top of the server, just underneath staff, I think. We'll just have to bring Rammus with one burn card next time. Well, thank you all for coming. I think we're good enough to close out the match. I'm going to be moving you back to the audience, KJ, and I'll have JC say any closing thoughts.
Let's go.
All right, JC.
I think overall that was a pretty successful tournament. I was happy to see that it wasn't just all blue decks that it wasn't just overpowered by blue, but I felt that like there was some counterplay at least going on. It was a little painful to watch blue versus blue, but that is what you're going to get when you watch control versus control.
Yeah.
So that's to be expected. So hopefully in our next tournament we won't have just a sea of blue, but
A sea of blue indeed.
Right. True that. So hopefully we'll branch out a little bit more next time. So
My control was supposed to be tempo.
need to go into Warborn for that.
He was definitely
More
running some
Warborn.
Warborn. But
Need more of them. Need the doctorate for that.
all right, I'm gonna leave up the final standings ladder here, the podium. I'm going to leave this wonderful music that was created by D Major on the YouTube for the next couple of minutes before I end the video. But yeah, I'll glad to see everyone had fun at least, especially you, D Major. I know you had the most fun. So, but yeah, you guys all have a great night, and I will see you down in the server.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks everyone for stopping by. I will be closing this room. See you guys in the celebration channels below, hopefully. Good night, y'all.